We have a series of conversations with the people who tried to make sure that society recognized those who were most suffering during the pandemic, but also how to deal with similar events in the future that almost certainly awaits us. We have a couple of doomsday sayers who are going to tell us about the fires next time. And then, perhaps my favorite part of the day, which will take place inside the Stellenbosch University Museum, about 5 minutes drive or so from here. We'll all pile on buses to go there. Is the composer Neil Muyanga deconstructing the song Amazing Grace and its many surprising origins and what it has come to mean. And then he will return tonight to the Shebeen with a full band to perform after dinner. So people with stamina, and even those who are not so persevering, should try to show up at the Shebeen tonight. It's going to be very special. Plus, we would have a DJ on hand to close the evening as well. So I hope you have had a good experience so far as we get our day started. And I will now invite to the stage Awam Amkpa and Abdulrazak Gurnah.
Good morning. Such an honor to be here and to thank Dele and his team for inviting us here, but also an honor to share the podium with Abdulrazak Gurnah, who actually, if you recall, I said I first met you in 1986. I was an actor in a play, and you were one of our hosts and so on. In Canterbury.
Yes, I didn't know that. I mean, I remember the occasion.
Right.
I remember you came with the play, which I don't know.
Was Albert, yeah.
Was Albert.
Yeah.
But you probably looked a bit different.
I was younger, yeah. Very young, yeah. But so I wanted to start off, because we have just an hour, so by probing those questions, of course, the inevitable Nobel Prize life after that, but also life before that, how you wandered through the world as Abdulrazak Gurnah.
Okay. He wants me to tell you my life story. So I left Zanzibar when I was 18. It was a very difficult time at that time in Zanzibar. The revolution had occurred, it was been about 3 years earlier. But at the age of 18, I'd finished school, and there was, for some reason, incomprehensible really reason, the government decided that we didn't need any more schooling beyond that level that we'd got to. So there was you couldn't go anywhere else, that's it, finish. And we were all sent off to do various jobs. I was sent to teach in a country school. By which I mean that, I don't know if you have that here, probably you don't, but in Zanzibar at that time, a country school, you couldn't be sure exactly of the ages of the school children, if I can call them that, because some of them were already married, but particularly the women, unfortunately, because often girls were forced into early marriage. And there I was, teaching people, I wasn't trained, but teaching people who are, in some cases, as old as I was. Anyway, it didn't seem like it had a future, this life. And so I decided to leave, or rather wanted to leave, to go find some other place where I could continue studying, basically, but, just find something more fulfilling to do. But at that time, you couldn't leave for another rather obscure reason or incomprehensible reason. I think it was to do with the advisors. After the revolution, the people that the government made friends with were mostly at that time what we would have called then, I suppose, the Soviet bloc, socialist countries. And the security advisors were the GDR, the DDR, East Germany. And they, I think, had this obsession about preventing people from leaving. And they passed this on to the government of Zanzibar. So you couldn't get a passport, in other words. You couldn't leave. You couldn't go anywhere for whatever reason, unless they wanted you out. Then in which case you were expelled with no ceremony. But if you did leave, then you had to leave illegally in some way, get some papers somehow or the other, turn yourself into, I suppose, what we would now call an asylum seeker. But it did mean that you couldn't go back if you did that. If you did, we didn't know what would happen to you, whether you'd be jailed or what. There were various rumors going around that some people disappeared when they tried to get back, but we don't really know. Anyway, so I ended up in England. And the reason is, as always, not so much now, but in a kind of, how should one say, in a kind of traditional way or something like that, migrations or dislocations of people. People often follow where somebody they know has already gone. This doesn't always mean that that's where you desire to be. It's just that's the only place you know, because there's somebody there that you who will kind of, I suppose, in some way or another connect with you. In my case, my cousin was finishing his PhD at the University of London, so poor fella had a relative turn up. So that's how we ended up. My brother and I ended up in England, and it was difficult because, well, you're 18 years old, don't have any money, don't have any skills, don't have any education, don't have very much sense even when you're 18, and then you just have to work things out.
So if that time in Zanzibar imposed a certain kind of stagnant reality, or a wall, so to speak, that you had to scale to leave.
Yeah, well, you don't know. Well, yeah. I didn't know, but I'm sure a lot of the young people who, or particularly young, I expect this also is true of older people, but certainly when you're young, you don't know. You think you're going somewhere, but you don't know what you're leaving behind. You don't understand that part of it. So the negotiation that I had to make, and I'm sure many people in similar circumstances of all ages have to make, is to negotiate as well both of those experiences, the experience of leaving and the experience of arriving, in a sense, and arriving and then you haven't left after all, because you know the other place continues to live as you are. And negotiating between these two things is, I think, probably a process that doesn't finish. I think it continues.
So would it be right to say those memories were both liabilities and assets at the same time for living in England?
Well, whatever you call them, you couldn't do anything about them. Right. I mean, in a sense that you couldn't not remember. So the way memory works, I think, is not something you prompt. You know, there are different things. Of course, you can remember, you can try to remember something because you want to recall it. But the way the life experience, as it were, of a before or of another place, or indeed of anywhere that you have gone through, a person has gone through, I don't think you have any choice about remembering or not remembering unless you're a very, very strong person who can stamp on things and keep them out of the way, because they kind of lurk around and spring at you and you're not. But imagine that if you're a writer, then you open one little door and a whole load of stuff also come out. And then you think, why waste it? Let's think some more about that. And then more stuff comes out. So in that respect, it never quite finishes this process of both living the before and living the now, as it were.
I recall we were having a conversation earlier about it wasn't just linear from Zanzibar to England, you also returned back to Africa. You went to Kano in Nigeria
That's
to
right,
teach
yeah.
and so on. What was that like at that time?
It was a shock. No, it was very important actually, because I had just completed my PhD, and it was I was very keen. I knew I couldn't go, at that point, I still couldn't go back to Zanzibar. And there weren't really many jobs for a newly, graduated, whatever. But Nigeria then was just inviting people to come and work, particularly in the universities. There was a great expansion of universities. And so I thought, right, that's the next best thing, as it were, to going somewhere I know. It'll be going back to Africa. And there was some naivety in that, I think, because I didn't really understand at that time just how different and complex and whatever. So it was my own innocence that made it a complicated experience. But there were many things to learn, and it was as a learning experience. It was a hard 2 years, but in many other ways, it was a very fulfilling experience.
And one thing people maybe would not remember because of your amazing success as a writer is that you are actually a scholar of literature. You are a specialist on post-colonial literatures, both from Africa and the Caribbean and Asia. And you were a theoretician, a historian of this media that the various writers wrote about. And so on. And I just thought maybe you want to put a little bit of a flag on that.
Yeah,
because,
sure.
Yes, yeah.
Well, I spent 35 years teaching at the University of Kent until a handful of years ago. So my entire adult life, as it were, has been by plan, as it were, deliberately, has been both as an academic and a writer. It was something I said to myself. I thought, well, this is one of the things I can say. This worked, because I remember when I was still an undergraduate, I thought to myself, what's my ambition? Well, I want to be a writer, and I want to do. So it was great that it was possible to do both.
Right, yeah. And now you're an emeritus professor at University of Kent in Canterbury.
That's correct, yeah.
Which, as you said, is just an excuse for giving you access to the library.
That's it. Sometimes people who are not familiar with universities, they think emeritus means that you're some kind of special professor. It doesn't. It just means you get a library ticket.
I just want to come back to something about your writing, because I think, like most people who are familiar with your works, 10 novels, several short stories, there is a recurring theme about people who are in the crossroads of histories. And in this case, one of the biggest crossroads of histories that's usually omitted in evaluating African literature is the Indian Ocean and its impact on Africa, and especially the theater of Zanzibar. I mean, I'm just wondering what you may want to say about that.
Yes, sure. I mean, I think that as we were going through our school, our youth, and so on, this also coincided with the period of decolonization, so the early to mid-60s. And so most of the things that we would have been reading at school in the earlier years, say, would have been the usual fare of that time, which probably people don't read anymore. But there would have been, for a moment, I'm struggling to remember what they were. But, books like The African Queen, possibly a Conrad story, the Man-Eaters of Savo. Has anybody read that book? Well, if you went to a school in East Africa, you probably would have read it.
King Solomon's Mines.
King Solomon's Mines, those kinds of things. But also at that time, other writers, other books were beginning to appear. And those books like Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart and Ngugi's early books, Weep Not Child and The River Between, etc. And we were reading those, or we were beginning to read those. I studied those, and then when I went to university, I studied more of that out of choice, not because they were on the curriculum, because they weren't. But I read those books and so on. But I found that we weren't there, what you're calling the Indian Ocean, or what I would call the Indian Ocean world. I found that we weren't there in this way of thinking about the realities, if you like, of Africa. So no, there's no better reason, I think, for a writer than to say, I see something that's not there, and I'm going to write about that, because that's, I know that. I don't see myself here, or at least I don't see myself here fully. I see glances of myself, but not the world we live in. Strangely enough, it was reading things like the mystic Mercer, V.S. Naipaul's early novel, and seeing that that's familiar. And I think it's something to do with that, the way that there are many different cultures mingling in that experience, which is also our experience, both historically and as well as in a way out of choice. You know, that it is, so people traveled across the ocean to other parts of the ocean, not because they had to, because they were forced to, like those who were taken to the West Indies and the Caribbean generally and North America, but because that was a chosen way of living, of connecting. So that's my interest in that, is both to, which includes South Africa, by the way, the Indian Ocean. I mean, my interest in that is both because it's there, if you see what I mean, and also because it's such a rich and complicated world, and I think it's good to know about it.
No, absolutely. I think the evaluation of African literature is always seen mostly through the prism of the Atlantic Ocean, and it was a good complementary archive that all your books actually have tracked those archives for us by including that part of Africa that's usually excluded in its literature or in its early literatures.
And it gives me a great deal of pleasure, not only to have, to have been able to do that, but also it has, I think, prompted other writers to do that. Not as to follow an example, but because it actually says, this is a subject, I feel this too, so I want to write about that. I'm thinking of a writer like the Kenyan Yvonne Adhiambo Awuor, for example.
Right.
And her latest book, which is called Dragonfly Sea, I think, which very much does this. In her case, China and the island of Lamu. And as many of you know, there is a China connection with the east coast of Africa, as there is an Indian connection and an Arab connection, and etc.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, just sometime last year, when I was in Zanzibar, they've been doing a dig, there's an archaeologist called Mark Horton, who generally operates from the UK, but he's been doing an archaeological project, I suppose, for decades in Zanzibar. And one of the results that he's found, and he has his team there, mostly Zanzibaris, who continue the dig throughout the year, and he comes over for a semester or something like this to kind of keep things going. But one of the things they found over these years is the extent, as they keep digging further. I think they're now around about the 6th century after Christian era, of the Christian era, and they keep finding this evidence of transactions, as it were, from so many different parts of the Indian Ocean, not just as is assumed, sort of like India, South Arabia. And modern science has enabled them. So this is, I don't know if there are any archaeologists here, but something to do with how they can analyze ceramics.
Yes, yes.
Yeah? But they've been able to, apparently now they can analyze not only the age of the ceramic, but the style of the ceramic, what's in it, where it's most likely, where its source is most likely to be, and even more amazing, which workshop this would have been made in.
Right, right.
And so they are able to actually trace things as far away as Thailand or Siam, as it would have been called then, China, India. And this exchange, this movement going on for all these centuries.
Yeah, in fact, it references the adventures of Admiral Cheng He,
Exactly.
the Ming Dynasty, and its contact with Africa, the Indian Ocean. In fact, way before Columbus, actually.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying 6th century AD, some of these things.
Yeah, yeah, and that's a huge historical archive that's usually omitted and so on.
Sure. I mean, we didn't know this ourselves. And so you find out that, in fact, these connections and this history is so much longer.
Yeah.
And it extends, amazingly enough, these finds, because there are other people doing these sorts of activities elsewhere, in South Africa, for example.
Correct.
And they find the same ceramics.
Yeah.
So somehow there is also a further connection across the continent, as well as the ones across the sea.
Right, absolutely. What's something about the environment of Zanzibar, the crisscrossing of cultures, from the Arabic to the German to the British and so on, even French, I guess, what people loosely call a Swahilism and so on. That
you've just written a book about it.
I did actually, and when we were looking, my co-author and I were looking for a reference point on how to tell these disjointed histories. We had to use your books, actually, Paradise and Before Departure one and Afterlives, because it gave us the excuse to write the book in story form, what could have been a cultural history. That book is called Sojourners, Sultans, and Slaves, and really looks at the Indian Ocean and Africa, and Africans who went all the way to current-day India and so on. But your stories gave us that reference point. Or the audacity, actually, to write it as a story in story forms. And so on.
I'm glad I was of use.
Yeah. But there, I think in your writings, what we talked about, that the style of your writing, the stories, the characterization, they're heavily influenced by a literary tradition, a cultural history that's so peculiar to those contexts that we see in East Africa, Eastern Africa, and Southern Africa, but especially in that little island of Zanzibar.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that I found a way of speaking or evoking something of that way of narrating and so on. I think of stories, or I think of, amongst other things, one of the things I wanted to do was to kind of get at that too. But of course, particularly with a novel, with prose writing, I think of it as a complex artifact. It doesn't just do one thing. In fact, if it does just one thing, it probably is going to be rather dull. But there are many things. So this is just one of the things. But there are many other issues and concerns, justice, what we are like as humans, love, and indeed, in the end, just trying to write so that it's a pleasure to read.
One thing that strikes me in your books is this, despite people go in their longing to become subjects across time, across place, and so on, despite the questionable places they belonged to, they were always stubborn and resilient in building new homes for themselves. So, and that's, I remember when we had that conversation with Dele, the question is, what is home to you? Is it the place you left or the place you reassemble your things in.
Yes, well, as I kind of started to, when we started to speak right now, I was saying that it's not like you give one up and then occupy another, because both of these places sort of stay with you. Well, you can't avoid the place where you live, as it were, in a practical sense, being with you. But it's an interesting question, especially for people with the experience like myself, which is, of course, millions of people. You know, I'm not one, but one of millions. And of course, I'm referring in particular to people who are traveling from formerly colonized territories and then travel to either Europe or North America. I don't know very much about North America. This question of what does it mean, home? It's a question that I imagine people ask themselves, but it's also a question that one often has to confront, because you're faced with it. That people want you to say. So, you know, sometimes people are scandalized when they're asked, so where are you from? I'm not. Because it does seem to me, I mean, I don't ask the question anymore, even if I'm interested, and I look at somebody and I think, I wonder where this person's from, but I don't. Yeah. Because people find it offensive. And I suppose they find it offensive because they want to say, this is home. So why are you asking me that question? But I think it's a fair question. Because even for those who find it a difficult one, sooner or later, they'll say, actually, my parents are from Cyprus, or whatever it might be, which is really the question that you want to ask. You want to say, you know, give me the antecedents, as it were. Not that you don't belong here, but, you know, tell me the other connections. And I think this is worse for, like I said, people coming from formerly colonized territories, because I've often, again, from experience, find people are not at all cautious about saying, my parents were Russian refugees, or my parents were, you know, Polish, or something like that. So it's something to do with how far the other home is, I think, at least in terms of culture, if not in terms of geography or distance. That somehow there is a sense of having become treacherous to one place in order to claim another place. So you may remember there's a little famous incident of one conservative minister who's saying, so when India and England are playing cricket, which team do you support? And this is a way of judging whether you're loyal, a loyal British person or not. And of course the answer would be India, of course. Why would I support England? So the answer to the question of what does it mean to say home, I think, for me, depends what you mean. You shake me in the middle of the night, I like this way of describing it, in the middle of the night, and you say, where's your home? I'll most likely say Zanzibar. But on the other hand, if I'm here and I'm saying we'll be going home next week, I'll probably mean where I live. And I don't see any conflict in that. They're both homes, they're just different kinds of home. One is where I live, and one is where I was born. And in some ways, where I was born, it matters very much where I was born. And I would hate, and it won't happen, of course, but I would hate if somebody there were to say, no, you don't belong here. Equally, I would hate if I'm trying to get back to England, somebody says, we don't want you back here, go. They're both my homes.
Right, yeah. Well, I know bureaucratically you're also put in a situation where you can't have two passports.
Yeah, well, in our case, you can.
Right.
But in our case, we can't. So Tanzania is one of those African countries, well, not only African, but certainly one of those countries that says you can only have a Tanzanian passport. You can't hold another passport. So if you're working, as I've been doing for the last 50 years in the UK, it makes complete sense to be UK, especially because they didn't want me back there. Now it's okay.
No. Right. Now they'll claim you, of course.
Yeah, but I mean, it was possible to return long before the Swedish Academy put the finger on me.
Right.
But it was a change of a generation. The government is the same people have been running the country for the last God knows how long. But there was a generational change, and that loosened things up and allowed people who had left, like I did, to return. So it's okay now.
So I guess because after the Nobel Prize, a lot of journalists were always posing that question: is he Tanzanian or is he British? And of course, the horrors from the British literary critics was that, no, he's not. He's just an immigrant and so on. So they were always embracing and releasing you at the same time, so to speak. How did you deal with all of that? Because I know you had many questions from journalists about your actual identity. Were you an African writer who just won the Nobel Prize, or were you a British person who just won the Nobel Prize?
I just didn't answer that question because it seems to me there's self-evident information. I am from Zanzibar.
Right.
I wasn't able to live there. I moved to find a life. I lived in England. I found a life, and I wrote what I've written. It didn't concern me very much, really, which party showed the greatest enthusiasm for this award. As it turned out, the greatest enthusiasm came from Africa, without doubt, and that pleased me.
Yeah.
I even had an email from the president of Tanzania.
Oh.
So, hey, I've made it. Congratulating me. So, and in fact, there's been very little in that way from the British side. But that doesn't concern me. I didn't do it for that. I wasn't writing because I wanted the British or indeed anybody else to say, okay, we celebrate you. I was writing for other reasons, which is to do that these things interest me, concern me. I want to investigate them, and I want to. Well, writing is a complicated thing, as I've already said. Because there is always that, there is always a desire to make something beautiful, and so on. So those are the reasons for writing. But when something like this happens, then it has an impact. It's a global award, really, in a way. Everybody wants to know about it, to celebrate it, if they're on your side, as it were. If they say, who's this guy? I think, yeah, okay, fine, thanks. You go your way, I go my way. It's not my problem.
And your works have been translated a lot after the Nobel Prize, in fact, into Swahili as well, and other African languages, Arabic as well. And I'm hoping that a lot of younger folks actually read them, because I think actually the African continent, people still read more than elsewhere. I mean, definitely more than in America, most definitely more than the United Kingdom. And so there is a whole literary tradition or custom. My hope is that through teaching these books and through publications or abridged versions or whatever, that it trickles down to the younger generation of Africans who are really constructing stories and imagining how to even survive everyday life, but also how to cultivate that resilient hope that's always in all of your writing. There's a certain kind of humanistic tradition that all of these stories exemplify. And my hope is that this is transmitted broadly.
I think you're pessimistic. I think people do read everywhere. They do read more than you're suggesting.
Okay.
I believe so.
Right.
Well, two things really in response to your comment. The first is about translations. So one of the greatest consequences, I suppose, that's why I think of it as a global award, is the way that so many publishers, put it like that, want to have, because a lot of people can read in English. You'll be surprised. I was anyway. But they want to read these books in their own languages. So they want to translate these books. I guess it's to translate them for those people who can't read English. And so one of the great things, one of the great pleasures, has been the number of translations that have resulted in this. The most surprising one for me, I suppose, all of them, so many surprising. Uzbekistan, I think, what? Okay. The Basque want to have their own translation. And so on and so forth. So even though you think, well, is it really necessary? But there is something else. There's something about people wanting to read in their own languages. Indeed, of course, Swahili translations, etc. In India, there's so many different languages, and several translations in different languages. It's just wonderful to know. That's why I'm saying you're pessimistic. It's just wonderful to know that people want to read in their own languages and want to read something they've heard about that's interesting. I'd like to know more about that. So that's the first part of what you were saying. The other part about what you're speaking of, which you also mentioned earlier, the idea of people somehow, I think of it as retrieving something out of experience, out of trauma. And that capacity that we have, I think, as human beings. Of course, not everybody in the end has it, because some people may be too destroyed. Hearing yesterday about malnutrition, for example, and how that disables people from being able to retrieve anything very much. But I think for most people, traumatic events, even deeply traumatic events, do not mean that's the end, as it were, because we're able often to retrieve something from that. So if the traumatic event in question is dislocation, say, for example, which currently might mean having to go through the experience of crossing the death waters in the Mediterranean or the English Channel, or it might mean trying to get away from your home being bombed, or your relatives being mistreated or murdered. Those traumas, it does seem that people can, when given an opportunity, that they can retrieve something from that. So I believe that, and I write about that. So in that respect, I do see a kind of resilience, which is something to celebrate.
And I think right now, of course, what's happening in Europe, particularly in Britain, is peculiar as a backdrop to interpreting your works, right? For instance, with the current government in power, and the irony of children of immigrants being anti-immigrant, and so on. It really kind of makes your work pops out to say, well, didn't they read this? And so on. Yeah.
Well, it is an amazing thing, isn't it? It is amazing. It is incomprehensible. And these are people who are, I think both cases, the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary were both people whose parents went to the UK as, if not quite refugees, well, refugees of a kind. And the only reason that they weren't quite refugees is they beat the new law that was brought in to make it impossible for those parents to make that journey peacefully, as it were. So they just beat that by weeks. If they'd come the following year, they would have had the same experiences as the people they're trying to keep out now. It's just so difficult to understand how they, as the next generation, can be so inhumane. And the language that they use of kind of criminalizing these desires for safety or prosperity, as if it's somehow immoral to want to become more prosperous.
Yeah, they use terms like economic migrants and so on.
Yeah, and you want to say, well, what's wrong with that?
I know, right.
Well, I mean, of course, in North America, in the USA, they do this as well, about the people coming through from Central America and further south.
Yeah. Let me just go back to writing a bit and to look at, I don't want to put you in trouble, but to say the collection of writers who really you reference and who inform your own writing.
Listen, I've been reading, seriously reading for at least the last 55, 60 years. As opposed to the reading you do when you're just dabbling around as a kid and so on. And I think of this, when people ask a question which is kind of leading you to say, which writers do you think highly of or something like that?
Right. I'm trying to avoid that.
You're trying to avoid,
I'm avoiding that, actually.
You're doing it in a tricky way. But it's difficult to answer that question because you just read and read and read and read, and sometimes you think, oh, this is fantastic. Oh, I will read everything that Saul Bellow has written, and then afterwards you get to a point, for whatever reason, you think, I can't stand Saul Bellow. I don't want ever to read a single word of it. So I can go through a list of writers or of works that I've read over the years and admired and so on, but there may no longer be writers whose work I admire anymore. Sometimes it's for good reasons. Sometimes it's for reasons because you come to understand, to an understanding of what it was that you want to reject a point of view. I'm thinking here, for example, of somebody like a writer like V.S. Naipaul. And I think I read everything he's ever written, but I don't think I can read him again. Because when I reread for purposes of writing an academic piece or something like that, and I think, how come I didn't see that? How come I didn't understand that this is a racist tract? But once you've seen that, then it's very difficult to... We've recently had the experience of learning more about the US-American writer Philip Roth. And I have the same response there. I find I cannot, although I read him for many years, I find I don't want to read this guy anymore. It's not necessarily to do with writing. Well, it is in a way. It is in a way, because the person writing is writing about experiences like that in a way that made it seem amusing or made it seem believable. But now you think, no, now that I know what this man was like, then there is this other undercurrent that I was missing. And now when I read again, I see it, and I just can't get over that. To say, this was what I liked, because this other thing is kind of like a disturbance in between. So in answer to your question, there are a few survivors from this experience. I think Dickens is wonderful, for example. I can read Dickens anytime. I think your South African, Coetzee, I think is a wonderful writer, and many others. But what I also really like is how many new, or rather younger writers are coming through, particularly young women writers from Africa. I mentioned Yvonne Odiambo. I might also mention Nadifa Mohammed from Somalia, or Maza Mengiste. Yeah. So there's so many really interesting, very accomplished writers coming through, which is wonderful.
Thank you. I'll just open up for questions from the public. If anyone has a question, comment to make. This is the moment. There's a microphone or two roaming around.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I know you've tried to deal with the question of where home is and home in exile, but a fellow writer of yours, Naguib Mahfouz, said, home is not where you were born, but where your efforts to escape cease. And so my question really is whether you see yourself ever relocating fully back to Africa to live sort of your later years, or if you are fully settled in England, in which case I think we can conclude based on that saying that home for you is England.
We thought we got rid of this question, but we're back to it.
Okay, if you conclude that way, that's fine. You keep your conclusion.
In your opinion, what makes a good storyteller?
Various. I'll tell you what, I'll answer that question in a slightly different way. What is it that a piece of writing does? Well, I think of the primary thing that a piece of writing does is it gives pleasure. So if I'm reading something and I'm not getting any pleasure out of it, it's very likely, for whatever reason, either because it's dull or because its opinions are not ones I share or want to share, then I think, well, I'm not going to read this. So that's that. So if it doesn't give pleasure, it doesn't work. So in the first instance is that we get pleasure out of it. And the other reason that the other thing that writing does, or what we would consider to be good writing, is that it tells us something that we didn't know, possibly. It brings news, tells us something we didn't know. Now, it could also be that it's something we already know, and it affirms that. So we kind of like share that opinion, say, yes, that's how I think. Or indeed, it might be something we don't agree with, but it's dealt with in a way that is intelligent, or that forces you to listen, in a sense. And also, in the end, to say, I know where I stand on this, but okay, fair enough, I've listened to you. So what makes a good story is when all of those things are present in one way or another. Of course, it could be only one of those is present in any bulk. So it could be something that you read simply because it's pleasurable and nothing much in the way of news is there, but nonetheless it's charming or something like that. Or whatever, those other things. So in answer to your question, what would make a good story? You want those things in it.
Good morning. Thank you for everything you're saying and have written. In the North, we're now hearing this sort of drum roll of talk about the death of the novel, and the idea that somehow the combination of the ways reading patterns have changed and patience levels have changed thanks to the internet and so on, coupled with somehow the novel itself as a form, as some kind of antique, some ancient text. What do you say to those who are making that allegation?
To be perfectly honest, I'd say nothing to them. But on the other hand, it is possible to respond to that. If somebody I love came and said that stuff, and I'd want to say, look, I'm going to try and save you from that ignorance. And if you don't find pleasure in the way that I've just been describing, in engaging with the text, then perhaps it's fine, go and do something else. But a lot of people do, a lot of people still do, find that they can engage in a deep way with a piece of writing and return to it. Sometimes it could be you're not ready for whatever reason, it's not the right moment, but I don't think we're about to see the death of Storey, if you like.
May I go? I've got a mic. I've got two questions. I'm here?
Yeah, okay.
So I'm just checking if you had a change of heart and mind overnight. So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you yesterday, which you would not answer.
I know what's coming, I know what's coming. I said take it off the agenda, but she's still coming back with it.
Okay, well, what is your favorite story that you've written? So that was a tricky question. The second more serious one is, if you could please just talk to us a little bit about your methods. So, for example, would you go and steep yourself in place, to write about the place, because your descriptions are so vivid. The historical context seems to be accurate, even though I don't know as much history as you do. So how do you get that right? It's obviously still fiction, but it's in a historically accurate context. You describe the landscapes in a way that is vivid. Do you go live in these places for a while, researching the story?
No, I don't. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get down to doing any writing. In some cases, in the first place, many of the places I write about, or at least the primary locations anyway, are places I'm probably already familiar with. Familiar through experience, because I may have been there sometimes many years ago as a child or as a traveler. Sometimes through just reading and knowing about it, or reading other people's accounts of these places. And I guess some of it is just imagining it. Trying to, because places, even if they're different, are not that different that you can't somehow get to know them in other ways. But ultimately it is, I think, to do with writing. So this writing is not a matter of just going, seeing, and writing it down, say. So going there is not necessarily going to give you that sort of intimate knowledge of a place. It will give you a kind of feel, what a friend used to call, you get the dust up your nostrils, as it were. So you get a feel for it, and perhaps it might, a smell or something like that. But it's not, I don't think it's just simply seeing and reporting what you're seeing. It's something to do with imagining, putting yourself there, and kind of trying to sense what it would be like to be there. And this is a fairly lengthy process of revisiting and revising and so on. So when it convinces me, then I think perhaps it might convince you. The first question is to do with what is your favorite novel amongst your production. And I tried to tell you yesterday, but by citing Dickens's answer, which is to say they're all my children.
Yeah.
So I think we'll leave it there, huh?
No favorite ones, yes. But I think the question underscores how your novels are deeply historical. It almost makes you a historian of sorts. And I think that's probably one of the points she's making, how you are a historian of sorts. It's just you narrate those histories through the novel, through fiction, and so on.
Well, I do also, yeah, sure. I wouldn't refuse that description at all. But of course, I do also write other novels which are not historical, because, I mean, when we talk about historical novels, in a way, it's like we're saying this is an account of another time. I like to think that even historical novels are about our time, rather than that they are telling us about something in the past. Sure. But there are, in fact, other books which are really kind of in the present moment, in that sense too, in the sense of their period. But I wouldn't object to being thought of as somebody who writes about history. Right. In fact, often I think, have I made the right, when I was as an academic as well, have I made the right choice? Should I have been doing history?
Right.
I didn't ever think, should I have done physics? But
yeah, we're running out of time. Just one more? No? I'm being told to cut it. Okay, can we just take yours? Yes, go ahead.
On.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've been trying to get and good morning and thank you both. I've been trying to get my mind around the word exile and its meaning, not in a legalistic sense, but nonetheless in a technical sense. What does the word actually mean? And for me, I'm thinking about it, and I might be doing so incorrectly, against the backdrop of push factors and whether pull factors are also relevant for the definition, as it may be, of exile. Do pull factors allow one or to use the term exile, or is it predominantly push factors? Or
It's so nice to hear those two little words. I remember push and pull influences in migration. I would have thought exile is to do with neither. That's my view on it. I think of exile as somebody who is forced as a result of holding certain principles, who is forced out of his or her home, ancestral home. When we make a choice to leave, I don't think that I'm not stopping anybody else from using the word in a different way, but for me, when you make a choice to leave, it doesn't seem to me that that is exile. But if you are forced because of principle, so I don't even think somebody who's a refugee is necessarily refugee in the proper sense of that word, not in the way that it now covers everybody who's on the move, but a refugee that is somebody who's fleeing to save his or her life. I don't think that is exile. So that's how I think of it, that exile implies a principled position rather than a position of dire straits.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank Abdulrazak and all of you. If you haven't read his books, there are lots of them out there. They're amazing books. Please catch those books. And you can always ask him more questions in future.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Awam, Dean of Arts and Humanities, NYU Abu Dhabi, and my newest brother, Abdulrazak Gurnah. Thank you.
Thank you.
You might agree that that was a pleasurable conversation, and perhaps it is time to raise the temperature just a little bit so that maybe there is less pleasure in the next conversation and more discomfort. Nevertheless, it's a pleasure to welcome to the stage Bishop Malusi Mpumlwana and the Reverend Storey. Maybe just a very brief introduction to Bishop Mpumlwana, who was a close friend and associate of Stephen Biko, and whose wife, who is here with us, was, if anything, more of the person who exposed herself to lots of risks in smuggling papers and other messages back and forth, while Biko was isolated and marked for terrible things. I checked. And I say that in the sense of the extraordinary faith and hopefulness that it requires to have gone through a period like that, in which your close friend, confidant, and fellow resistance figure was savagely murdered by the state, not by individuals. And it's directly reflected, of course, in the subject that we're about to tackle this morning, how we can go from that level of hopefulness and faith to perhaps even despair in many ways. Reverend Storey is not to be confused for his father, perhaps a more famous father in the struggle to tame the savageness of man and make gentle the life of this world, particularly in South Africa. But our subject is not so much South Africa itself today, but more broadly in the way that it affects all of us, how we deal with situations where hope has been dashed, and how do we pull the fragments together in order to live. And so I would ask each of you, starting with the bishop and then the reverend, to make a brief opening statement to set the scene for this conversation. We live in extremely difficult and disjointed times, and perhaps a dose of how to survive might be in order. Bishop.
Thank you. I guess I should start with an episode that Archbishop Desmond Tutu ruthlessly abused at one public event. I was tortured very severely under interrogation under Section 6 of the Terrorism Act, and actually wished and prayed that I should die. And of course I didn't. Here I am. And now I'm discussing this with Archbishop Desmond when he was General Secretary of the South African Council of Churches. And he says, how did you survive? I'm trying to answer your question. I said to him, I looked at these people and realized that they had lost their humanity. Now think about this. On weekends, my torturers used to, because this was in Harwich police station in just north of Pietermaritzburg. There is a place called Msinga in the Greytown area where there used to be mutual killings. These guys would go on a weekend for pot shots, killing people, come back to post about it on Monday, and I'm listening to this. So I tell Desmond that they had lost their humanity, and that's when I realized that actually, if we're going to have a country at all, they need us to humanize them. And and of course, I won't go into the occasion when he abused that statement. But you see, it is also then a question of what do you believe is your responsibility in society? You talk about faith and faithlessness. And I would like to just make what I consider to be a necessary distinction between faith as a religious faith, in like believing in the salvation in Jesus Christ on the one hand, and faith in something that a person can and will do, or even an institution. Once, I think it was 1990, we had a breakfast in Port Elizabeth, now called Kabeja, where Joe Slovo and Chris Hani were present. And Joe Slovo had just written a piece which was very complimentary of the church. I said to him, what made you write so positively about the church this time? He says, the Communist Party has since 1921 been promoting life in the present, in the here and now. And the church has been promoting good life in the hereafter. But more recently, I'm seeing more and more of the church people promoting the good life in the here and now. I have no reason to quarrel with them. And Chris Hani quips in and says, I'm happy to be pleasantly surprised in the hereafter, but I do want to see the good life now. The question then is there a link, therefore, between the faith in Christ, as I do, and the faith that Joe Slovo is talking about, that he thinks he can bring about a state that guarantees that? And of course, we know now that Joe Slovo's guarantees didn't survive. But yes, there is a link, because Jesus says, I have come to bring good news to the poor. What other good news can there be for the poor if it's not about their poverty? To set at liberty those who are captives and to free the oppressed. And he says, I have come that they may have life and have it abundantly. It is this that seized me to say, for that you need a humanized society. And that's why we need to humanize the white oppressors of South Africa. That's my point.
Thank you very much, Bishop. Thank you. Alan?
Thank you, Dele, and thank you, Bishop. I'm going to use the faith and faithless, try and extend some synonyms: faith, faithless, life, death, humane, inhumane. Those who are faithful are for life and are humane. Those who are faithless promote death and are inhumane. So when I use the word faith, I'm meaning humane. It feels to me that life, the fabric of life, is tearing apart. The fabric of life feels like it's tearing apart. If you listen carefully, you can hear the earth groan. And flood and drought and fire dance destructively throughout the world. Another species goes extinct today and another tomorrow. The billionaire list grows as fast as the unemployment lines. Discrimination of this one and that one today and another tomorrow. While eyes are glued to screens following algorithms of fear. And loneliness is the pandemic that spreads without person-to-person contact. Some people's entire life is criminalized. It's criminalized to be homeless. It's a criminal offense to live in that building. It's a criminal offense just to exist for some people. While those in power are too comfortable with the death of others. And indifference and despair marks our diaries. So into that context, if there's any truth to that context, what does faith, faithless, life, death, humane, inhumane mean? The text that I've tried to immerse myself in is the algorithm of 1,000 years of narrative of the human condition, which tells us basically who we are and how we are. Who we are, a story to anything less than more, the divine, each human being. Don't forget that every human being is divine. We come from the soil, the story says. We created from the soil, an earth creature. Don't forget that you're from the soil. How you treat the soil is how you treat the self. If you forget that you're from the soil, if you mistreat the soil, you mistreat humanity and all of life. And we're from the rib of each other. We're from the rib of each other. We're from each other. We're interconnected. We're one. We're family. If we forget that we're family, we will have a false sense of separation. And the false separation breeds fear. And fear makes me want to get power to protect myself from that which I now fear, which is you, which I'm now separate from, but in actual fact I'm not. I have a false sense of separation. So I seek power to safeguard my fear for a false sense of separation from you, because I've forgotten who I am. And power corrupts. How does power corrupt? It gives me a false sense of superiority. My false sense of superiority breeds arrogance. Arrogance casts out respect for others. And I do not listen to those who I do not respect. And when I stop listening, I stop loving. And so the issues that we are now dealing with in the world are all around supremacy, because we've forgotten who we are. The primary supremacy is human supremacy. Human supremacy no longer listens to the more than human life of the earth. And if I don't listen, I don't love the earth. So I can destroy the earth. And life is groaning. Human supremacy, then male supremacy. 49% of the world's population oppressing 51%. Then imperialistic, colonial, tribal supremacy, you can name it, colonial. Then white supremacy. And we learn from our apartheid history that separate development is a contradiction in terms. There can be no development through separation. And then we have, from white supremacy, we have rich supremacy. We have heterosexual, cisgender supremacy. We have Christian supremacy, white evangelicalism on the continent of North America, one of the greatest threats to democracy today.
So, Alan, I want to bring you back into the circumstances in which we currently exist, and the subject of this conversation more specifically, that when you have a society, as many of us come from these kinds of society, that was founded on hope and was galvanized by its leaders of that time to be pulling in the same direction, however imperfectly. And then, after a period, finds itself torn apart because the system upon which it is built is producing too many losers. And so people no longer have faith in the society in which they live. And everything becomes a fight and a subject of hostility and tension, and there is no room for grace. What I want to try and learn from the two of you, as perhaps somebody who has already fallen like myself, I might be in need of resuscitation, is how do you regain the faith that you have lost? And I don't mean it in a religious sense as such, but if you live in a society where you feel that you no longer belong or are seen or cared for, and you lose faith in that society, and yet in order to progress, in order to build something that could allow life to flourish, people have to willingly get up in the morning to do the necessary work of that repair. How do you regain or rekindle the faith that has been lost? Bishop, you want to go first?
I thought Alan was going to continue where he left off, but I think that it is, we start off, contextual theologians start with what the context is, which is what you bring us to. But the primary context is the first loss of faith, which is why there was a struggle for change. But it was a struggle that was actually inspired, as I was saying earlier, with hopefulness and faith, that things will be different. We call this the promise of the post-apartheid South Africa. Everyone that was in struggle had something in their minds, not that you've been able to promise you anything, but we all believed that we would work towards a just, reconciled, peaceful, equitable, and sustainable South Africa that would be free of racism, of tribalism, and I would say today, xenophobia, and gender prejudices. Clearly free of corruption and the deprivation that goes with it. And with food and shelter for all, and every child born to grow to its God-given potential. That was the promise. And that promise began to appear to dawn, but over time began to recede. And that's where you're asking, how do we revive that? Mm-hmm. And I say that we made a big mistake in that we assumed that a new constitution, change of government is the answer, and not commit to the hard-slogging work that has to be done. Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu talked about a rainbow nation. That was an aspirational statement. It was not a reality. We needed to do the work to get there. We have a reality that says the Bandustans of this country were built on 13% of South Africa from the 1936 Land Act. That didn't change in 1994. People still live in those Bandustans where their homes have got no equity value. And how do you then make those people hopeful for anything? What new faith can they have? You have, therefore, need to say, let us work to have one identity. We live in the same real estate called South Africa, but we're not one nation. And there has to be a special effort to create a common nationhood with public values that we can all identify with. And I think that's where some of the direction will lead.
So, Alan, we were at dinner together in Cape Town some months back. I think it was in April or so. And you made a remark to me that you have sort of processed the period that this country is going through now as a necessary wandering in the darkness of the forest, as a way of giving yourself the hope that it is also possible to emerge on the other side. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Earlier, you brought me back. I hadn't left the subject. I'll reclaim that.
I am the shepherd.
All right. So, I think, so again, I was mentioning the ancient text, scripture 1,000 years old, of an algorithm. Once you've got 1,000 years, you can see patterns. And so to answer Deli's question there, we see the pattern of slavery moving into a land of promise, land of oppression movement. And what do we notice? What does the algorithm teach us? We move from land of oppression not instantly into land of promise. There's wilderness. And so we learn from the algorithm of that history that there's no direct route from oppression to promise. No direct route. You've said it yourself, Dele. How come the graph goes like that? We've just heard now. How come children of immigrants are anti-immigrant? That theme is repaired. How come I got a visa one day and not a visa the next day? Why is the repeat? So surely a gathering like this, we must stop and consider, why is this repeating? And that's where I was going. If you want hope, we need to realize where stuff has gone wrong, and it's gone wrong where we've forgotten who we really are. And we have to remind ourselves of our true identity as human beings every generation, because tomorrow there'll be another supremacy waiting to alienate another, to secure. So if I go back to the ancient story, we're in the wilderness. And again, it was poets. How do you describe freedom? You describe it by rainbows or ocean splitting in two. Poets, that's how poets describe freedom. In the wilderness, they had to write a new constitution. They very wisely wrote it in stone so people couldn't change it too quickly. It was freed slaves who wrote the Constitution, who understood what a sjambok felt like. And because they understood what a sjambok felt like, they wrote it in protection against the misuse of shamboks in the future. If we had a new Constitution written today, it would be written differently. But when you've still got the marks of the sjambok, still the tear gas in your nose, then there was shortages in the wilderness. There wasn't enough water, wasn't enough food. And what did they say in the wilderness? It was better in Egypt. And we have that today, people. Now, the only people who say it was better in Egypt are those who never lived in Egypt or those who benefited in Egypt. But so we're a few days away from the anniversary of Steve Biko's killing, but assassinations are happening on a weekly basis in this country. Again, so the repeat. And I do believe we're in the wilderness. I think it's hopeful to find out our real location. If this is the promised land, then I want nothing about it. 20,000 people murdered a year. Nearly 4,000 women murdered a year. We've got higher numbers of women being murdered in this country than war zones. That's not the promised land. That's the wilderness where we have to relearn what it means to be human. And here's the pain. The pain is that you know the saying, we can leave Egypt, but Egypt's in our veins. And we've become what we hate. The people in power we hated, we are administering power in the same inhumane ways. And people in power are too comfortable with the death of others. And so the ancient text tells us that if you want a healthy society, a hopeful society, prioritize the least. Prioritize the most vulnerable people in society. Prioritize them. Make them the absolute focus of your business, of every single policy decision. Make sure that the least benefit the most. Because when the most vulnerable are feeling safer, everyone feels safe.
Okay, so this is an important point, and I doubt that you will find a single human who disagrees with you. The question is, how do we get to the promised land, to borrow from your language? Because the South Africa, if we take it as an example of the larger subject matter that we're attempting to tackle this morning, having felt the sjambok that you referred to, constructed the world's most liberal constitution, certified by no less than Ruth Bader Ginsburg as the most liberal document that exists in the conduct of human affairs. South Africa had legalized gay marriage before the United States did. Now, this document Bishop was saying we didn't do the work. I want to get some kind of explanation from your points of view how the vision that was constructed, having felt the shambok on your back, was not made real. What is the work that you were saying earlier needed to be done that was not done? Because if we all know that we should prioritize the list amongst us and so on, but we continuously put forward leaders who do not know how, even if they profess to believe that. How do you move from point A to point B? Point B being the promised land.
I think that there are at least 3 areas that need attention. Especially if you look at the list. One is the reality that we constructed and created poverty and inequality over generations. And so that's where I think the starting point is, which is why I said, Jesus said, I've come that they may have life and have it abundantly. I've come to bring good news to the poor. There will be disagreements on how to arrive at that, but there has to be a conversation about what shall we do to make sure that we do not have a situation where 99% of South Africa's poverty is concentrated between the so-called Africans and so-called coloreds. If we don't deal with that, we won't have an eruption. Those who designed the July 2021 trouble knew that there was a ready market of poor people that would take advantage of the moment that's created for them. And that's just the beginning. Secondly, we have a legacy of otherness that was created in the divisionism of apartheid. And we have sustained it, which is why our spatial utilization is exactly the same as it ever was in the past. Therefore, we cannot know each other any differently in the new dispensation. And we created provinces that are actually glorified Bantustans. You can't be the premier of Northwest without being Tswana, or premier of KwaZulu-Natal without being Zulu, and even have the Zulu king opening the legislature to confirm the Bantustanization of the province. What do you do if you're not Zulu and in KwaZulu-Natal? If you're Indian, if you're white or Portuguese, you don't belong. So the othering of our society and this balkanization has continued in the new dispensation. That's what I mean when I say we haven't done the work.
Thank you. Thank you. Alan?
Sure, I don't know. I don't know, but I'll give an example. There are around 20 golf courses in the inner city of Cape Town, kind of metro, about 20 golf courses, about 30 bowling greens. Most of them are in the state's hands. 60,000 people were forcibly removed from District 6. It still remains empty. Just 2 of those golf courses could include 60,000 low-cost housing.
What do you have against golf courses?
Now here's the thing.
Dele wants to say hands off golf courses.
I'm sure there are a number of people here who... So if we don't want to give up our golf courses, then we mustn't complain when people come for your houses. And that's not an exaggeration. If we cannot give up our entertainment, where people can live safely and in fact, it's not. There's.
All right. Okay.
No, hang
we
on.
don't want to have an argument about golf courses. Thank
But
you.
these things need to be contested. It's not. It's actually environmentally insane, and it's privatized. Little 4 balls walk. Now, if you want to drive an hour, 2 hours away to go play, wonderful. But children should not be getting up at 4 in the morning to walk in the pitch dark, to get on a taxi, to get onto another taxi, to maybe get onto a bus to get to school. And by 8 in the morning, they are tired and hungry. If we could get 100,000 young people that could get to school in 15 minutes, a good school, and be as bright and alert as any other student who's just been dropped off by mom and dad, we would change the trajectory of this country. More development has happened in Khayelitsha post-94 than prior. That's apartheid geography and spatial planning continuing right this second. And it's people in power who must stop worrying about getting, and this is the thing of our short-termism, 4-year, 5-year, and it's not even 4 or 5 year, it's 2-year we're campaigning already. But we've got issues that have taken generations to form, and they're going to need all our energy and make some hard decisions to solve. But I'm spending more of my resources as my energy to try and get re-elected. And I use my power to keep myself in power. That becomes the object of my power. Take the ANC, for example. You use your power to bring liberation, you will have power. Use your power to stay in power, and you will lose power. That's taking Jesus saying, if you want to save your life, you'll lose it. But if you're going to say, if you can give it away for the liberation of others, then you will not have anything to worry about.
Thank you. All right. So, if it helps both of you gentlemen to rekindle your own hope, I assure you that these issues are being grappled with in practically every country on earth to varying degrees, which would suggest that there might be a need for acceptance that that's our default position, and that acceptance might actually lead us in good stead to fight the long battle ahead of making life more abundant. If we accept that we're actually not as good as we suppose that we are, we might be able to stay in it longer and not be so easily disappointed. Is there a premise that appeals to you in any way?
I would say absolutely. If I go back to the ancient narrative, so it's slaves. The 10 Commandments was written by freed slaves. So what's on their mind? What do they never, ever, ever again want to happen to them? Is slavery. So they write a constitution that's going to keep them away from slavery. And part of their economic policy was this, that they realized what enables you to go into slavery is first of all financial debt. Because once you get into financial debt, then chattel slavery follows that. And so what did they do? They set up a law of honesty. Every 50 years you push the reset button on the economy and you redistribute wealth. It's called Jubilee. Most radical economic policy there is. Because they were saying this, we know ourselves. We're more Egyptian than we like to admit. It give us 50 years in power, and you know what's going to happen. There are going to be people impoverished, and there are going to be people with too much and people with too little. The basis of slavery. So what we're going to do, we're going to be honest and develop a law that will protect us from ourselves. Every 50 years, we'll make sure that no one has too much and no one has too little. Now, there's not much evidence that that has been done. But surely that has to be. I mean, are we aware of the difference between 1 million and 1 billion? 1 million seconds is 11 days. 1 billion seconds is 32 years. And we talk of billionaires as if it's not a crime. And I'm using my words deliberately. Until we can get honest about what is truly criminal, We've criminalized the poor for being poor. But to be a billionaire is not a crime. When you have more money than you could ever spend in a number of lives. That's the truth that we need to start getting. That's the truth. If the poor were invited to this conference, we'd be having very, very different conversations.
Well, I didn't want to. I didn't want to endanger the golf course, you see. Bishop, I want to go back to, and then I'll open it up a bit because there are people from all over the world here who may get some resonance from the subject matter and might want to chime in. But I wanted to go back to where you began just for a second, because it seems to me understanding what made possible the maintenance of hope and a near certainty for you at the time that this system will crumble, will be defeated, right? What was responsible for that? Because if we understand that, then we have an understanding of how we might escape from the current moment as well, which for South Africa is pretty dire, maybe not as dire for equally for other countries, but what was it that made you nearly certain that actually it's this guy torturing me who is the prisoner? A certainty that your struggle will prevail, and therefore maintained you in the faith that the promised land will be at hand at some point. If people understood that, maybe it might sustain them as we go through this roughness.
I don't know that it can sustain us through this roughness, because at that time, the promise of a post-apartheid South Africa was real in the minds of those that were in the struggle. It's more difficult today, because what ails our society does not come, nor is it executed by apartheid. It might be a legacy of apartheid and our failure to change it, but we are our own oppressors. At the time, all of us were ready to die. I never expected to live to 30. Because my friends were dying at that time. But it was kind of okay. But it's not okay now when so many people die for just being truthful. When people are killed for telling the truth about theft, and they get murdered. And therefore, we are in a situation that is worse. It's not Egypt, but it is worse than Egypt because we're causing it ourselves. And that is why we cannot say that which sustained us then is adequate to sustain us today. We have to create a new sustenance that's based on a new hope that I believe includes changing our attitude to ourselves. Now, you mentioned Steve Biko before. He addressed a group of clergy, I think this is 1972, and said, you harangue your congregations with the message of the devil, which is the destination for their sins. Have you ever considered that the people that you're preaching to are poor people, and therefore their theft, their murder, their rape, their lack of education, and everything has to do with their poverty. And that if you address those things, you probably might have less. Why is it that you think that rich people are not sinners? Billionaires? They're not sinners because they don't have to steal openly and get arrested. And so there is something to be said about creating the kind of living environment that makes people feel they have a stake. Right now, people do not have a stake, and that's why we're the protest capital of the world.
Thank you. Just brief.
Yeah, I would say what gives me hope around that is that which is built on discrimination or racism, corruption, self-destructs. It's got its seeds. It sows its seeds of its own self-destruction.
Takes too long.
It does take too long. Absolutely, it takes too long. So it needs pressure to be able to water those seeds and expose and water those seeds of its own self-destruction.
Okay,
Agree.
thank you. Now, I'll open this up to the audience. So let's start with you in the middle there.
Thank you. Thank you. So, on faith, is it possible? Is focusing purely on faith and not on what we should put our faith in a complete conversation? So, I'm sitting here wondering, are we having a crisis of faith at the moment, or are we having a crisis of what to put our faith in? So that's the first kind of question that I'm grappling with. And then the second one is positive outcomes. Of late, it's about faith in positive outcomes, and we keep speaking about it. Faith about coming through. But there are people who never ever make it through for generations. And what does faith mean for them? What is guaranteed? Are there positive outcomes even guaranteed for us? And how do we maintain faith in spite of not having a guarantee of positive outcomes?
Sure. So for me, the question is faith in what? Growing up under apartheid, the most perverse regime had faith in God and Jesus. They had no faith in equality, justice, and fairness. It seems to me that if there is a God, God would rather us have faith in freedom, equality, and justice than in God. So I'm wary of that. I'm far more interested in working out what do you have faith in. We dare not lose, whatever religion. Those days are long gone. We need to work. Do you have faith in humanity, the humanness, the equality? Do you believe in equality? Don't ever stop believing in equality. Don't ever stop believing in justice and exploring what justice may look like, possibly may look like, for the earth, for each other. That's what I would, if there is a God, I think God wants us to wrestle with those things.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Bishop? Okay. Over there.
Hi. First, before my question, the picture of Reverend Alan Storey looks like a footballer and not like a reverend. So maybe you want to amend that next time.
Beckham.
My question to the bishop and the reverend, you see, if you look at all religions, Christian, Muslims, Hindus, Jewish, it seems the people in that religion, part of them, they will use their God to persecute the others, their God. My question is to you, like I recall when I went to Robben Island to visit where Mandela was in jail, the prisoners didn't know what day of the week it is. The only time they knew it was a Sunday when they took them to church. So how do you think you can connect between the different religion to try to make a different understanding to humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, all those religions have a common thread when it comes to the justice that Alan is talking about. Hinduism contrasts righteousness, compassion, and generosity, self-restraint, with greed and false premises of life. And the Hindu scriptures will do that. And the Muslim scriptures, the Quran, does exactly the same. And the Hebrew scriptures, with the messages of Isaiah and Amos, let justice roll like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. So there is a common thread. I currently chair what is called the Interfaith Forum of South Africa, which brings together Muslims, Jews, Hindus, and the Nazareth Baptist Church Abakwashembe, who are not Christians. And when we talk about social justice issues, well, it's exactly the same messaging. It comes together very well. And so that is not the issue. The issue is how, as you say, we use, once we start othering one another, we use our religion to undermine the other. I told you that I had been tortured here, and the person who tortured me was a very proud German South African, I imagine, to be in the security police. And he was sort of standing up and boasting that he comes from German stock that knows how to torture people. And I thought about what the Nazis did to the Jews and to the Roman. So one of the things that I did was to actually travel to Poland and to Auschwitz, yes, so that I can have a sense of what the relationship is between what I was experiencing. I was horrified with what I actually saw. And what did I do? I said the next trip must be to Israel-Palestine, to see how that experience would have led the Israelis to be more tempered in the way they relate to the others. And I was actually surprised traveling through Gaza and the West Bank to see the horror that I saw there. And I discussed this with my Israeli friends. And so, yes, we can use our faith traditions to find common ground in social justice, but we also can use the same to undermine one another. When we struggled here in Cape Town, marched on Paulsmoor in 1985, I had Sheikh Khabir of the Muslim Judicial Council on my left, and I had a Jewish rabbi on my right. And we were walking hand in hand together like this. And we got attacked together. So, yes, we can be together, but we can also use our positions selfishly against one another.
So as somebody said, the dirty little secret of democracy is the people.
Oh, yes.
So if we have constructed something that is supposed to lead to justice, but it is not made real, then it is because of the people.
And that's why the people must work at it. That's why I say that work it's not the documents that will do that, it's the work we do.
Yeah. Any other questions here? Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me? Okay. Reverend, you mentioned, I heard you mention humanity quite a lot and remembering who we are. And it's something I find interesting because if you look back at history, since history was recorded, human beings have never been humane. That word doesn't actually exist in its true form, in the way it's supposed to be. I would argue that we are now awakening and coming out of a state where we're understanding what it is to be humane. So in looking at the world that we live in and faith and consciousness, should we not be looking at the world going forward and undoing and unthinking the things we've always known to be, rather than trying to remember who we were? As you mentioned, you said we've forgotten who we are. Have we ever actually known who we are? Because I don't think from studying history that we have ever known who we are or ever been human beings in the way that we understand humanity.
Thank you. Alan?
So I think throughout the ages there have been people who have been able to live and express a deeper humanity that we have been able to see and look at and say, sure, that looks more human. That idea and that infleshed, bodied idea looks more human. I want to follow that. I want to be more like that. And that's how philosophies, religions have come around, where people have tried to document what maybe is more human. And so that's our project. You're quite right. Our project is how do we become more human? How do we become more humane?
Thank you.
And that's all I would add to that.
Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you. I studied theology because I wanted to answer the question. What does it mean to be created in the image of God if you're black in apartheid South Africa?
And what was your answer?
It was to say exactly what do the scriptures tell us about God? God is love, and therefore love is a human fundamental. God is creator, therefore creativity is what human beings should be. And God is powerful, Almighty God. But power without love is tyranny, and power with love is justice and righteousness. And this is what then made me believe I would like to be a true representation of that God in whose image I've been created. And I believe that there wouldn't have been the concept of Ubuntu, which really is about love lived. It's a love ethic, if this quest for being human does not exist. It does, but it always comes back to where we fail as human beings, and that's why we have to sustain it on an ongoing basis.
Men being as they are, and the law as they might become. It's a reference, of course, to the idea that we have to make laws to protect us from ourselves, which Alan referred to earlier. But I do feel that we're missing something in the picture from this conversation, which is there are people, possibly in larger numbers than we suppose, who are actually doing the work as we speak, who wake up in the morning and make things better in every way that they can for other people, not themselves. They need to also appear in this picture that we are painting, because people are not like surrendering. The situation may look a little dire. This was provoked in me actually by the comment from Lerato about whether there's ever been humanity. Of course, there's always, there always has been. The question then is to remember what that feels like when we've got a bit too far away from ourselves. So I'd like to sort of hear from both of you as we close this conversation. What are those things that you have failed to remember along the lines of the people who are doing the work, including yourselves that I know of, right? So the picture is not completely bleak. In fact, may not be as bleak as we think, because when you're feeling pain in the presence, it makes it difficult to remember that there are other good things that are also going on. Please. The good news.
The good news is in the fact that because this is a human fundamental, to be human is essentially in the goodness. All of us in the spaces where we actually express that. But what is the challenge is how you institutionalize that and socialize for it in a much more creative and positive and directed way. For example, our education, our public broadcaster should be doing more by way of highlighting the goodness that you're talking about and what more should be done and make people feel there are certain public values for which we need to positively to inculcate and socialize. And I think that there are enough people from whom we can glean to do that, and I think it can be done.
On opening night, we remember the conversation that included a gentleman named Songezo Sebi. Now, there is no assurance that it will be successful, but it seems to me that that is an act of faith in a way to say this country can be fixed, so I'm going to try and go out and work in concert with others to build something else, right? Others are attempting that. Others have attempted it before and it didn't quite work, but there is no guarantee of success. But the very act of starting the journey of looking for new ways of being seems to me an act of faith itself. And is there not something perhaps that should give us some sense that all is not lost?
The fact that we've made it through an ocean into the wilderness should give us hope to be able to cross the river's edge.
I think it's multidimensional in that when we struggled against apartheid, we had artists, we had musicians, we had everybody. I mean, there's a beautiful toi-toi here in Cape Town that said, the mamas, the papas, the omas and the opas, the tanis and the ompis, the kate and the honde, as alles in the struggle. It meant everybody, throw everything, the kitchen sink into it. And so it's not just going to be, yes, I had said politics is important. Certainly it is, but it's not the only thing. And that everything must be involved. And that's why, and that's the reason why I might put my own pitch on this. The religious forum are actually convening a diversity of South African players across next month to talk about exactly this. How do we change the trajectory? We will do this because we invite everybody to participate in that process.
Thank you. Thank you. So then it bears reminding ourselves that as we speak of the high unemployment and all of these things, there are people making beautiful new music, some of which we will experience on Friday night. There are people creating new kinds of food that is healthier for people. There are people making beautiful paintings. There are people inventing new technologies to make our lives easier. And so it's all of these things that also are part of us. And the sun is actually out now, not the gloom that we waded through to get here this morning. And on that note, I thank the Reverend, I thank the Bishop, and let's go have some coffee.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mondley, you have to sit here. You are released. Sorry? So, thank you all for this morning. A lively start, I think. From pleasure to pain and perhaps to even more pain. I am pleased to introduce Ambassador Liubov Abravitova, who represents the Republic of Ukraine in South Africa. Ambassador, come on up to the stage. You must be feeling that you don't have too many friends in these parts. And no doubt last night at the university you listened to Professor Wole Soyinka talking about the matters of your country and what is the proper framing for it. I thought it would be a good thing to give you an opportunity briefly this morning to just talk to us about Ukraine and how it sees the response of African countries, particularly South Africa, and where your friends will come from, other than the people in this room who are somewhat sympathetic to your affairs. And to join the ambassador in conversation is Mondli Makanya, who recently, I believe, was in Ukraine on assignment. Mondli is the editor of City Press, the Sunday newspaper in Johannesburg. And I'd like to ask John Carlin, who had also been in Ukraine on a reporting assignment several months ago, and therefore have a sense of place, to just join you briefly to support in conducting this conversation this morning. So welcome to you. And John and Mondli, please come up to the stage. The other side, yes. Thank you. Perhaps you could make a few opening remarks, and then you have a go at her.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having Ukraine in the focus of the discussions of the Africa in the world. That's already important and big achievement for me to sit in this place and talk for Ukraine, by ourselves. That actually gives me the opportunity to state that when our enemies are telling that someone is using us as a proxies, believe me, we can speak ourselves for ourselves. This is the very different war that we have seen in the modern world. It's the hybrid war. It's the war which doesn't last 568 days, as many people think. There's war that lasts for centuries. War for the right to make its choices, your own choices. The struggle for the freedom, for the opportunity to speak your language, to have your culture. You are thinking that the ambassador probably is the boring person coming to the events, stating something from the paper, what the government is offering to her on the daily basis during war times. It is not so. I'm coming from the democratic country that is today trying to survive. I cannot use the very same tool that Russians are using against me in Ukraine, but also in Africa. I have to do very asymmetrical things to make you know and be interested what is happening in my country, why it's happening, how it's affecting all of us, and how all of us can help us to come out of this very deep crisis, this war, this unprovoked war. I want to stress on it. I really think that the concept, because we have only half an hour of our discussion to be, would be better that we offer our audience, after the small introductions, to pose most uncomfortable questions that you think are uncomfortable, or that questions that disturb you, that we have the very open discussion today. And thank you for having me here.
Thank you. Thank you. So, John, let's start from your end. You took the night train to Kiev. What was that?
Yeah.
And
Well,
what did you see?
Yeah, I just spent 11 days in Ukraine in May. I've been following the war with passionate intensity from the beginning. I was here between 1989 and 1995 as a journalist, and I was very engaged in the struggle against apartheid. And I can say that I've never had such moral clarity on any international issue as I do on Ukraine since apartheid in South Africa. That's all I'll say for now.
Mondli, you were also thereabouts.
Yes, I was just talking to the ambassador earlier on, and and reflecting on being in Ukraine, about like when you arrive on the first day in Kiev, you could be in central Cape Town. Just there's the normality, that very deceptive normality in the day. And then you go into the evening, then the curfew kicks in, and then the sirens then begin to go off, and then the missiles get intercepted, then you hear a whole lot of boom, boom, boom. But the one abiding thing that hit me about being there was, you know, we got to go to some of the frontline areas which had been liberated, which had been previously occupied by the Russians and then liberated. And you see the devastation, you see the carnage, you see the rawness of war. And you know, it took me back, as John says, to back in the day, and also just to some of the comments that have been made by kind of like some of the people in this country about our own settlement, but that like we should have had a civil war, we should have gone this way, just about the savagery and viciousness of war, and why that the surprising thing with that in 2022, 2023, you actually can have a situation where a country invades a country, and a situation where human beings are still doing things like those to human beings. So I think that the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the war between Russia and Ukraine at the moment, I think should really focus our minds as humanity on the fact that like how we as supposedly sophisticated civilized species are still able to do the things that we did. And then just finally, Africa's place in this, like I think this has been the most important, I think, geopolitical development in the, I suppose, since the fall of the war. And I think it's placed Africa quite at the center, because there's a lot of wooing of Africa by the powers. And I think Africa has to find its agency in all of that, and not just simply be a pawn, so to speak, of a power that we believe we have historical allegiance to.
So that sounds like we're going in the right direction there, because I want to ask the ambassador the nature of his relationship with the South African government, your host country, as well as the ruling party. I came across a few tiffs on Twitter, and could you explain what the nature of the tensions that perhaps you and your host government have had to deal with, and where are things now?
I think that the tension as a little bit exaggerated story, by the way. You know, no one can be ready for the war. No one knows how to act and react in times of immediate crisis. Neither Ukrainians were ready, no people in Ukrainian side, no your students that were studying in Ukraine, nor the countries that were receiving us as ambassadors and diplomats. And in order to get that timing when you can actually do your job with the tool that you are provided to message, to deliver the information to the government, when you are struggling at that moment, then you have to get to the extraordinary tool. And the only tool that I had was the social media, and that's what I exactly did. I asked, talk to me. I didn't ask for anything else, because I had to have a platform to speak. Because isn't that you are calling us for the dialogue? I want to have a dialogue with you. And maybe that was some extraordinary move, not something that usually diplomats are doing, but isn't I ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary?
Just a quick question. One thing that you hear very often is that the invasion, Russia's invasion, was provoked by Ukraine, Americans, NATO, what have you. What is your answer to that?
Answer is very easy, because you see, when you look at Ukrainians' history, when you look at Ukrainians' constitution, when you look at the UN Charter, you see that every country has to have a right to make its own choice within the sovereignty and its territorial integrity. In my constitution, for a long time it's written that my country has an aspiration to become EU and NATO member. That's our choice. This is the choice that government whom we are trusted taken. And what is the interesting thing, by the way, because NATO is a very controversial issue, isn't it? Because that's exactly where people see the evil of Russian aggression in Ukraine. Ukraine abandoned one of the largest nuclear arsenal in the world under the guarantees of three countries: United States, Great Britain, and Russian Federation. According to memorandum, it's not memorandum, it's an internationally recognized binding agreement, Ukraine received guarantees of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. We gave up the tool with which we could protect ourselves, and one of that countries who guaranteed us security actually violated the very same document. When I say United States and Great Britain are helping us today, we are grateful, but we are not asking for help. We are demanding, because there is an agreement. And when our people were seeing that these agreements are not working, you are starting to look at the setup of security guarantees that will work eventually for you. I'm a mother of two sons, 10 and 6 years old. My dear friends, if today we don't have security guarantees in as soon as 8-year time, my son will need to go and protect my country. So I want security guarantees, and in our regional setup, how we see it today, and particularly after invasion, more than 80% see it, is that we have to join NATO. And we have this right to decide for us. So this would be my long answer to your question, but it is embroidered in our constitution as well. And coming back to your point about what are my relations with the ANC leadership with the leadership of South Africa as Ukraine. I'm not saying me, Liubov, Abravitova, as Ukraine. I'm respecting because that's exactly what we are fighting for today, that we can make our choice. And if the choice of South Africa is non-alignment, I do respect it. And I build the bridges in these circumstances, because diplomacy is not to destroy bridges, it's to bring bridges between us and you.
Yeah, it's a question that I think, just to keep, like maybe too early with the time remaining, just keep back of mind, or even to answer now. Impression I got on the ground was that Ukrainians will fight to the very end. There's a very determined thing there in the spirit of Ukrainians, that they'll fight for every inch and they won't give away anything. And in fact, that they will go all the way. They want to reclaim Crimea. And on the other side, you've got Russia that believes that historically that they will not give Crimea away back to Ukraine, that Crimea belongs to Russia. And obviously the issues of pride. Russia is never going to retreat and feel defeated. And at some point, there will have to be a path to peace. So the question is, not to trivialize it, but is how does this movie end? What is the path to peace? Is there a path to peace?
When I was coming here, I didn't expect that that would be a panel discussion. And that's exactly was the message that I was bringing. Because the panel called Peace and War, or War and Peace. And I wanted to focus on the peace. Because no one in the world wants peace in Ukraine more than Ukrainians. We want, obviously, what belongs to us to be with us. And this is where the opportunity to Africa in the world is coming. This is why our engagement with the Global South today is becoming more active and active, because the role can be played by every country, because every country is affected, not only Ukraine. Yes, we are paying our price, that we are protecting those values that all of us are appreciating. But we have to find that formula that will work for the Ukrainian people and for the world to bring this to the end. We came up with 10-point peace formula, which is every single level of our life which is affected. Starting from ecocide, food security, energy security, and obviously finishing the very technical war issues like prisoners of war, exchange of prisoners of war. What about our children? You know that thousands of Ukrainian children are stolen today, and we are trying to get them back. This is the genocide of Ukraine. And of course, every war has to end up with peace agreement. So where is that moment where we can sit with Russia and negotiate? For us, it's very clear. All the red flags are very open. We want Russian soldiers to leave our territory. And isn't that South African government, by the way, as well, is recognizing our territorial integrity and sovereignty. It has been declared many times on different platforms, including recent BRICS and G20 summit. So the 10-point formula also has the point about when we are signing the document where Russia recognizes its loss in this war. But that 10 points that I just described, they're opened for the discussions and participation of every country in the world, including South Africa. Everyone is inviting to come and help us to restore justice within international law. And that formula will work. I see how often today the national security advisors, including South African, are meeting and they're discussing particularly the way how we are achieving peace on each sector and level of our life. So this is the way. It will be a process. It will be a difficult process because Russia is not demonstrating the willingness to leave our territories, and that's the problem.
Thank you. What are you expecting? What are you expecting broadly from African governments in this struggle that you're engaged in with Russia? Are you satisfied with where things are? And if you're not, what directions do you think things should go? And are they already going there?
Now, we cannot be satisfied because we are in the process of evolution. If we will be satisfied, then we will stop existing. We appeared in this aggression when our dialogue with African countries was very weak. And the way it is today, after 18 months, it's already a big achievement. We expect this dialogue to be on different levels, to be bilateral, to be regional, to be more pan-African probably. We want to use that opportunity. You know, every crisis and war with this devastation brings opportunities as well. And what Putin didn't anticipate, except he didn't anticipate nothing. Yeah, he united Ukraine, he made the border with NATO even 3 times bigger than it was. He actually unveiled all the untruths that he was putting to justify the war in Ukraine, the invasion of Ukraine. He did that work himself. But for me, representing Ukraine in 10 countries of the region, I can tell you for sure, he didn't anticipate that he will place Ukraine on the map of Africa. That you will know that we are such an important player. Because that legacy that Russian Federation was trying to take after USSR collapsed, the legacy of 15 countries actually, including Ukraine, now it's very clear, understandable for all of us, that Ukraine is an independent and reliable and perspective player. That's what I want African countries today to focus on, and really want to bring it more to the positive side, more to the optimistic side of the story, to say that, you know, we do have perspectives, Ukraine and Africa. Ukraine will never change its legally recognized borders. We always will have, at least legally, not in a legal way, but we always will have Russia on our borders and as our neighbor. No one is more interested to have it in the legal frame and predictable than us. And we are not going to ask you to make friendships with Ukraine against someone else. But we have, as Ukraine, the right to be equal partner to Africa, and the same way around.
Thank you very much, Son Excellence, for coming on the stage. I think we have held our audience for a little bit longer this morning than we anticipated. I'm probably feeling pangs of hunger as lunch awaits. But before we depart, we would like to give a couple of people in the audience the opportunity to pose questions to you. And John, before I call on the first question, there was something about what you saw in Ukraine that you wanted to mention.
No, not specifically what I saw. I mean, I saw a lot. I saw a lot of suffering. I saw a lot of heroism. I saw an extraordinary national resolve, an extraordinary sort of collective clarity of vision, which is something which in a strange sort of way I found refreshing, if that makes sense, amidst so much suffering and sorrow and destruction. Now, the one point I'd like to make, people use the word geopolitical a lot in the context of this war. And you talk about, on the one hand, you know, NATO, generally speaking, and on the other hand, you've got Russia, China, our friend Kim Jong-un with his grotesque little spectacle on his train meeting with Putin now in Russia. You know, we pitch it as authoritarianism versus democracy. Well, earlier on here we were talking about the need for a humane world with the bishop and the reverend. For me, what's going on in Russia, Ukraine, distilled to its essence, is a battle between barbarism and civilization, between the humane and the inhumane. That's my one thought. And you've got to choose what side you're on. And fence-sitting, as people here are doing in South Africa and elsewhere, ain't good enough. And if you don't define yourself here on these humane issues, then don't expect to have governments that will be humane within. Thank
you. Some closing remarks from you, Ambassador?
Thank you for all the remarks. I will open the floor for the questions that we have more time.
Okay. So we try David, Laurie, and Nawi, and we will end it there. Apologies. You can
we will engage
the
all the evening
at lunch.
So I have a very simple question. The nations of Africa have every right to hate colonialism, colonial powers, imperial powers. My question is, do you regard present-day Russia as a colonial or imperial power?
You mean the ambassador?
I think it's a question for anybody who'd like to answer, but yes, the ambassador.
Yes.
I would want, because we were just sharing our views on this, I would ask you to share your view on this. And I will make a short comment, but it's not an easy question, by the way.
No, look, I mean, like, I think in relation to its neighbors, I think definitely one can regard Russia as a colonial imperial power. And that's how it treats countries around there, whether it's Georgia, Ukraine, and essentially kind of like the former countries of the former Soviet Union that are on its borders. It's kind of like sees itself as that power that, and those are not real nations. And I think that's what made it easier for Russia to invade Ukraine the way it did. But then there's also kind of like an uncomfortable nuance, and which you spoke about earlier, is that there seems to be an equating of Russia's imperialism, colonialism, with the colonialism of the European powers, that basically the colonization of Africa and other parts of the world by European powers. And I think that kind of like makes a lot of people uncomfortable with Ukraine because it's not the same. And I think that Ukraine actually needs to distinguish very clearly about the use of that language and the use of that equivalence.
Yeah, thank you. I think whatever you call it, you see that Russia is trying to play its hegemonic role in that region that used to call USSR. And the mechanisms that it is using are laying beyond the morality, the values, the law, and it's not acceptable in the modern world. So whatever you call it, it's not right. That's why I don't want to put the marks on it, telling you this is neocolonialism or this is something else. It is the first time in the world, and why we are sitting and talking here today, particularly about this invasion. We have so many other hot spots in the world, and they are appearing and appearing. Why we are talking particularly? This is first time in the world's history when the nuclear power is attacking and invading the power, another smaller country that just abandoned nuclear weapons. This is the way how we have to see. This is not only the invasion, this is the provocation for all the world to continue growing its, weaponizing the societies to make the world even more dangerous place.
Yes, we heard yesterday from a dramatist who is reflecting constantly in Rwanda about genocide. And I have had the great pleasure of working in your country, Madam Ambassador, in peacetime. And I hope to return in peacetime to beautiful Ukraine. And I'm going to get choked up remembering. And I want to ask you about the issue of genocide, because there are groups like the Yale Project that are very specifically trying to compile evidence right now of the kidnapping of children, the mass deliberate rape, acts of rape against women in the so-called Russian zones, and other war crimes against prisoners of war. But Ukraine already suffered 1 million deaths under Stalin when he deliberately starved your nation in order to use the wheat to buy arms to fight Germany. And Ukraine already suffered with Chernobyl, and neither resulted in any recriminations, any trials. Nobody paid a price except the people that were the victims. How optimistic are you, and what are you doing today to build the case? In the same way, and reflecting on other past acts of genocide like Rwanda, that take you to a place where, as part of peace, there might be some accountability.
Thank you for this question, and thank you for your solidarity. We know the history. We are learning the history lessons through our pain, through those people who suffered. My grandmother was one of those who was boiling the leather belt to feed the children because Stalin was taking all our grain from our people, because we wanted to speak our language, because we wanted our self-identity and culture to be there. And millions of people starved to death. It's called Holodomor. This year we will mark again that date. And we are working with many parliaments and governments to acknowledge that that was the genocide. It's important to acknowledge that in the history. Ukraine opened its archives, and we are opened to show to the world that this never has to happen, that food cannot be used as a weapon. It's exactly what is happening today again. And that's why it is so important. Russia didn't open their archives on that yet. And they have a reason. Because the world will know that this is the concept of Russia's policy. Today, when we see those atrocities that are happening, the deliberate elimination of Ukrainian children and youth, the orders that Putin is giving when he sends his soldiers to Ukraine to rape Ukrainian women and children, that gives to me and to all my people the moral obligation to make it not only known, but to have it registered and declared on the legal level that this is exactly what one country was doing against another. And it's important for every country, because through that we will be able not to allow it anywhere in the world.
Thank you, Ambassador. One last question, and very briefly, and then we'll go to lunch.
Thank you. Thinking from the perspective of prevention of the crime of aggression that we see in Ukraine, what could Africa and the international community have done differently in 2014 after the annexation of Crimea, and potentially even thinking further back? Would it have been advisable for the international community, for NATO, to welcome Ukraine into NATO, shortly after the fall of the wall?
I will give a very short question. We have to respect those laws, the international law, and our obligations that we are undertaking, and we have to be united. That's how we will be able to prevent any country of the violation of these rules and norms.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. It was a real pleasure to have you with us today. And you have friends here. Thank you, Major. Thank you very much. Now we go for a very, very abbreviated lunch. I apologize, but you will have many pleasures with dinner. But lunch is more or less grab and go now. Thank you.
My name is Neo Muyanga. I'm a composer, musician. The two pieces we're talking about today, the second is, my name is Neo Muyanga. I'm a composer, musician. The two pieces we're talking about today, the first I have titled Tina, the People, and the second is Treneskantia, which means train, don't leave me behind. Both of these came out of very long, extensive conversations with my friend, the Oga Dele Olujede, the founder of the festival Africa in the World, but also the conference, the entity Africa is in the World. And I was very inspired because the conceptual framework there is thinking through what role Africa has played in creating what we consider contemporary society. And this conference really recuperates ways of thinking about ourselves that are much older than the contemporary structure, to tell a story of how we as Africans, our ancestors were always engaged, always involved in making and formulating the modern world. So the story I'm telling through these pieces, which were in direct response to participating in the first gathering in Stellenbosch, was just reflecting the voices I was hearing in the room and reflecting the threads of history that I imagine people come with when they arrive at a gathering like that. In Stellenbosch, which is not known as a place of the great African gathering, and yet that's really what happened.
afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the afternoon session. I've been tasked with introducing Mr. Christopher Varelas. Chris has spent 20 years in investment banking, then 15 years in the private equity industry. He's the co-founder and CEO of Riverwood Capital in Silicon Valley. He is a co-founder of the Finance Leaders Fellowship at the Aspen Institute, of whom I know there are many members in the audience here. And then last but not least, he's the author of the book, How Money Became Dangerous, which many of you received in your packs, I believe. This book has now become an international bestseller and has been translated into multiple languages, and Chris can't even keep track of how many languages it is in. So please welcome Chris.
Hello, hello. Honored to be here, honored to be an FOD. I have to say I aspire to be a BFFOD, but I know I have a lot of competition. I want to start with a question. What is the most important area of your life that you know the least about? What is the most important area of your life that you know the least about? Now, when I ask this question, some people say love, which I think is a very appropriate answer, but most people say money. So many people come to me and say, Chris, I don't know what to do. How do I invest my money? Should I buy insurance? How do I finance my pension? Do I save for retirement? How do I pay for my kids' college? Incessant questions throughout their life. And yet, they know so little about finance. Over the years, over the last few decades in particular, the world of money has become much more complex, much more in-depth, much more comprehensive. I used to say, my parents only cared about two numbers: the year their kids graduated from college and the year they paid off their mortgage. Those were the only two numbers they cared about. They were 2 years. And then the world of money just expanded, exploded, and became much more complicated. And each one of these evolution and changes in finance has come with both a benefit and a cost. And that's what makes the world of money so interesting. It's never so simple. One of a great Wall Street saying is every bad idea started as a good idea. It was a good idea that everyone get a mortgage and that it'd be easy to get, until all of a sudden it wasn't a good idea. So when people come to me and they're very confused, I thought, okay, I need to help. So I thought, I'll write a book. So I wrote a book that tries to capture the innovations and the evolutions in finance that have happened over the last 30 years to help the non-finance person understand the world of money better. So I identified 10, it's more like 20, but they're all encapsulated in 10 chapters or stories that capture the moment, the change, when it happened, why it happened, the benefit of it, and then the cost that came along with it. And I do it through stories, because nobody wants to read a textbook. And so try to tell a funny, entertaining story that sort of captures that moment. Now, I can't go through all 10, of course, but I'll just choose one. The first one, a simple one, and that's the creation of the computer spreadsheet. So I want you to go back to circa 1985. There's no desktop computers. You're a commercial loan officer. A small business has come to you for a loan and said, I'd like to borrow money, and you have to decide. So what you do is you pull out a big yellow spreadsheet, literally yellow, and your pencil, and you think, let's do the projections for this company. So you do the projections, and you want to do it once, because you don't want to have to do it again. So you ask the question, what is the most likely performance of this business? What is most likely, like down the middle of the fairway? You do it, you look at it, you say, oh, this works. I can loan them the money that they want. The numbers work. And then you also do something very important. You assess the character of the person you're loaning the money to. You get to know them as a person. You get to know them. Are they good credit? Are they going to repay this debt? The spreadsheet comes along, and what happens? All of a sudden, you don't have to think what's most likely. You just put the numbers in, you look at it, and you're like, works. But well, they can handle 5 times cash flow debt, but maybe they could handle more. So you go to 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. You realize, well, I can loan them even more money. And then you can also say, well, you know what? If I play with the revenue a little bit, up the revenue a little bit, or I lower the cost, I can loan them even more money. So you go from the question of what is most likely to what is possible. And then imagine throughout the world of finance, people start asking what is possible. And they start pushing toward the edges. And the other thing that happens is you no longer want or need to interact with the person. You don't actually want to see the person because that will bias you. In the world of Moneyball, you're like, I might like them. That might bias my impression. I want to just look at the numbers. And is there a column for character in a spreadsheet? There isn't. And so that's the moment when character left the financial world, among others. And so there's 9 others, 10, as I said. All of these evolutions did pretty much the same thing. They removed a guardrail that existed in finance. So assessment of character was the guardrail. Others led to loss of accountability, to mission, to culture. All of these changes basically led to a world with less control and guardrails. And clearly, we'll talk about this more, created a huge leadership challenge. But people come back to me at this point, but Chris, we had the great financial crisis. We got scared. We realized credit and leverage is a scary thing. So we forced all the banks to deleverage. So we feel comfortable, right? There's no more credit risk in the system. Banks are highly leveraged, highly equitized, and so there's no need to worry. I would argue what's happened is the financial vulnerabilities have morphed, and they've moved out of the traditional banking system. And we see indications of that. Silicon Valley Bank, one of the biggest banks in the country, the US, goes bankrupt. Why? Inappropriate investments in government bonds. UK's pension system goes to the edge because of a gilt hiccup. And then in March 2020, when it was the biggest liquidity crisis since the Great Recession, all of a sudden people were risk off. They were running to safety. Yet there was no bid in the treasury market. Not a single bid. So all of a sudden, most of you I'm sure are not aware of this, the treasury, we had to step in and basically provide a market. The bailout, you could argue, was multiples bigger than what happened in the Great Recession in terms of the dollars needed to basically keep these hedge funds in business, multiples of the Great Recession. Yet no one really made a comment about it. The central banking system has basically taken over as the provider of growth. That has all kinds of issues. And this has manifested itself in many, many different areas. And I just want to pick a couple. I think these next couple charts, if you had to pick a couple charts to sort of summarize the challenge and the lack of likelihood that we can sustain trends. This is one, it's the cost of things you need versus the cost of things you want. As you can see, the cost of things you need, the prices are going up dramatically. The cost of things you want have come down dramatically. And so the question is, why is that? Why has that happened? Right? What do they have in common? The first obvious thing they have in common is you need them, obviously. The other is, there's usually some government involvement. But the biggest one, I would argue, is there's no financial accountability in any of the things you need. There's nothing holding the people that provide these products, holding them accountable for how the product is provided. And this is an example where accountability goes out of the system and the cost, as a result, there's implications. The next chart has to do with China and their debt situation. Interestingly, up until the great financial crisis, their debt levels were, I guess, manageable. But since then, they've really taken off. And now the US and China both have debt levels that are 260% of their GDP. Now, if you look at history, the sort of sound barrier is 160%. Once governments get to 160% debt levels of their GDP, that's when things go badly. It's not sustainable. They reach very severe economic implications. So the US and China have been above that. And I think the reason that we have managed to operate in those levels, lots of reasons in the US, but in China, their growth rate has made that justifiable. But many economists, analysts believe you have to be at least at 5% growth just to sustain this level. And most of this investment, you could argue, didn't have a great return to it. It wasn't invested in things that are going to provide future returns. So this is not sustainable. And clearly, interestingly, this is something I've been saying. We had a really interesting discussion at dinner last night. A lot of people said China wasn't sustainable for political reasons, because once GDP gets to a certain level, if you look at history, the populace have demanded democracy and capitalism. And so the argument was, well, China will get to that level and then it'll turn. This is more of an economic argument. China is not sustainable at this level, and we're going to start to see some serious cracks in the China system. One example, just to bring it to Africa, is the electric vehicle market. We're starting to see that deflate. And it's starting to it'll have interesting implications. I'm from Silicon Valley. I spent a lot of time on the supply chain. If you go to pre-COVID, the argument was from big tech companies, you know what? We don't want to deal with cobalt. We don't want to deal with lithium. Let's just have the Chinese do it. We'll pick up the batteries at Foxconn when they put them into the iPhones or the wherever, and then we just will sort of, not think about it. And then now with China, all of a sudden, having to step back, or we'll see what they face, but then all of a sudden, U.S. companies are like, oh, crap, we got to get our supply chain out of China. As they're moving their supply chain and it's becoming more focused, they're all of a sudden realizing like, oh, we need to be more present in the early part of the supply chain. And so that's going to create interesting questions, results. I think that's opportunity for those that provide these commodities from Africa to leverage the treatment of the employees, how it's procured, the value of it as the West, as traditional tech companies come back into the supply chain. I didn't create this proverb, put it in here because I'm in Africa. This has always been one of my favorites. And the reason it's one of my favorites is it's always the shepherd that gets you. It's always the shepherd. In technology, in finance, it's always the ones that say, I will show you the way, right? And what it typically is they are aware of these changes, right? We know the 20 changes, that I highlight in the book, and they're using it to their interest. They're the ones pushing the margin. They're the ones pushing things to the edge. And they're trying to figure out, how do I do it to promote my own self-interest? So whether it's government, tech companies, whatever it is, the big one now is AI, right? We need alignment in AI. and I get invited to all these conferences. We need to figure out how to align our values with AI. It's like, okay, it's not our values, it's your values as the shepherd that you want in order to make sure you have to continue to have control of the AI industry. And so as a result, I mean, it's obviously disconcerting to be in interesting times, as someone mentioned, and times of change. But as we see all of these forces, and I'm sorry I can't take you through all of them, as we see all of these forces at work coming together, and everyone's pushing the margin, and we have all these accelerants, you know, whether it's AI is the big topic du jour. We see China going through its transition. We see the EU in decline. As we see all of these different, we see the largest, only time in history we're going to have massive population retire and live for a long time. I mean, that's really never happened before in human history. So if you put all these forces together, the next 20 years are going to be fascinating. And we're going to have a lot of shepherds telling you how they are going to guide you through this dynamic and volatile time. And everyone likes to bring in the big guns from history and literature, so I like to bring in the Top Gun, Tom Cruise. Sorry. But this is one of my favorite quotes: everything ends badly, otherwise it wouldn't end. The bad news is the financial system is designed to fail. It is designed to fail. You cannot have the freedom to innovate without the freedom to fail. So what happens in finance, every idea, bad idea starts a good idea. We come up with something in finance and we just push it till it breaks, right? Whatever it is, the mortgage one is the great example. We just push it till it breaks. And the hope is that the system is resilient enough to then say, okay, we'll take the good that came from it and we'll recover from the challenge and we'll hopefully take care of the people that were hurt in transition, or we won't, but we'll move on. What's really interesting here is that this challenge and the repercussions are going to be of a scale that we haven't seen, right? We have debt levels in this debt supercycle that dwarf the debt supercycles of the past. And so it's going to be very, very interesting and painful and positive in some areas to see how we respond to a dying, EU, a Russia that's clearly at its end, a China that could, I've been arguing for years that the EV market in China, in its current form, will not survive this decade. And China going through that transition, an aging demography, so many different things. And it will end with various pockets, perhaps, of trouble and disruption. Very hard to say specifically what it will be. And then the interesting question is, okay, since there are no leaders, there's only shepherds guiding us to the slaughterhouse, who will provide that leadership? Where will it come from? Who will it be? This is an opportunity. The interesting question is when you look at sort of like who's there, like India now is popular, but here's the opportunity for African leadership, Africa, to say, okay, our role now is going to be more relevant because there are a lot of things, as we heard yesterday, going well for, good for Africa. And here's their opportunity to fill the leadership vacuum. So I'll stop there. So much I could say, but I'll just give you a rough overview. So thank you. Come on up.
Okay. Let me just quickly introduce Tokunboh Ishmael, our other speaker today. She's the co-founder and MD of Alitheia Capital, which is an impact investment firm which manages Africa's first and the largest gender-smart fund. She's an experienced investor in PE and ESG and is a pioneer in fintech investing for financial inclusion. She's also very passionate about shared prosperity. And just before we move on to Africa, I just want to get a little bit of clarification from Chris on a couple of things, okay? When you said a lack of financial accountability for those creating or selling those products, what do you mean? Can you be a little bit, are you advocating for price controls, Chris?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Okay.
No, it's just where in the system of education, which we thought educational costs, where in the system of healthcare, where in the system of textbooks, even like just look at the list of things that go up in cost. Where is the accountability for delivering that product or that service at the most efficient cost? Right? Okay. And we talk so much about income inequality, and we focus so much on the income side, but we don't focus on the cost side. Right? Okay. If the cost of things you need is going like this, the cost of things you want like this, that leads to income inequality. I would argue to a greater degree even than on the income side. Okay. So I just don't believe that the cost structures are helpful if there's no accountability in the cost structures for these products.
So lack of financial discipline?
Lack of financial discipline, lack of there's no one on the other side of the negotiation. I mean, the obvious is government unions. Like, who's on the other side of a government union saying, wait a second, the taxpayers here are not being represented in terms of making sure the cost of delivering this product is really scrutinized.
Okay. Then just a little bit on who are the most dangerous shepherds right now?
Well, I would argue the most dangerous shepherds. The most dangerous shepherds.
Okay, good. Let Chris answer.
I would argue, central banks for sure.
Okay.
Right, because central banks are leading us in a world of massive debt accumulation. Okay. The zero interest rate policy, like we're now starting to see the repercussions of that, right? It's like you had a world of zero interest rates. Think about the incentives that created. Think about the asset inflation that created. Nobody made people wealthier than central banks. No one created more billionaires than the central banks who kept interest rates at zero. Okay. Right? I mean, that basically inflated asset values. Anybody who's in a tech investment whose values in the future, the way discount rates work. I would say tech companies running social media platforms, those are pretty obvious shepherds where you have to be wary of. I would say banks, interestingly, I think their behavior's gotten better, but I don't see them stepping in and providing real differentiated leadership to address some of these challenges.
Okay, thank you. Maybe moving
Basically
on.
anyone with power right now in the world of finance or tech.
Okay, Tux, can you take us to Africa? So is Africa inevitably destined to follow this path towards creative destruction, as Chris describes it?
Well, if I can first of all start by thinking about who I think might be dangerous shepherds, and I think about the foreign money that's flying in to buy most of Africa up right now and labeling itself as the way to bring in my big gun. That might be one of the dangerous shepherds in my book. But in terms of this creative destruction, when my partner and I founded Alitheia Capital about 17 years ago, it was around the idea that we needed to be more intentional about how investments could both make money and deliver on access to some of these needs that Chris has mentioned around health, education, and indeed even finance, which later came to be labeled as impact investing, and which was great because then we could talk about the intentionality around that. But after reading Chris's book twice, it got me reflecting on, what apart from the promise of impact investing, which some of us were at the forefront of, what was the peril around that? And one of those perils for me is that because there's that flow of capital, particularly from some of these foreign development finance institutions and their intentionality around the access to these essential services, I feel that it's removed some of the responsibility from some of the African governments to actually focus on that area and to be able to continue to misallocate our wealth. And we need to see a reversal on that so that we don't end up in destruction. And I worry about that because, as I was saying earlier, when you see something like just less than 10% of the budget in Nigeria, where my company is based, going to education, that's less than the money under management that a couple of my colleagues have. And that's the entire education budget for the nation. And we've spoken yesterday and even today about the lack of the educated masses and the fact that, if the masses are not educated, they're going to come after those that are with their wealth. So we need to see some of that reversal. Another area, and Chris alluded to this earlier in his talk when he spoke about AI, and, with Africa and with the leapfrogging that we did with fintech, there's all the talk about how Africa can become this leader with the use of AI, etc. But again, that's going to bring some kind of disconnect. Disconnect particularly with the way that people think about their personal finance. Already there's a dearth of literacy, financial literacy, which is causing people to take up loans, for example, using tech that they don't understand, and they don't know how they're going to repay. So that's going to bring some kind of disconnect. There's also going to be the disconnect around how we leverage AI in our institutions for the flow of money and the decisions that are being made. So there's a lot of analysis that is being taken out of what we're already seeing. And a third area that I'll mention before I pause is around climate financing for climate action. And indeed, a lot of climate greenwashing that's going on about at the moment, with everyone putting that label alongside impact on the cans that they're going around using to raise funding.